Yo, what up? Welcome back to another quick Flutter tutorial. In this one, I'm going to show you how to code a Twitter clone using Flutter and Firebase. So let me take you through the app first. Once the user logs in, they can post a message and you can go to someone's profile page and do the whole follow unfollow thing, which then means we can organize the posts with a For You page and a following page. And of course you can like and comment on a post, and there's a bunch of other little features like updating your own profile page and stuff like that. I also included a search function so that you can search for any user in the database. And by the way, dark mode looks pretty good as well. Also, if you want to publish this to the App Store, then it's a requirement to have certain account features like blocking a user, reporting a user, and deleting your own account and things like that. And certain other requirements that you need to have in an app that you want to publish. Now, just before we code, let me show you a visual diagram of what we're about to build. So at the beginning, it's going to just check always if you're logged in or not. So if you're not logged in, then you can see the login page. And if we don't have an account, then you can go to the register page. And so once you do your authentication, then we'll come to the home page where we'll display everyone's posts. And we can also divide that into like a For You page and following page, like I said. And from here, you can go to this menu drawer. You can go to your own profile and you can go to a search page and just a settings page for just a bunch of stuff like dark mode and blocking users and stuff like that. And from this menu drawer, you can also just log out as well. Coming back to the home page where it's called all the posts, you can have a look at the individual posts and all of the comments that are attached to it. And from anyone's user profile, we can also see all of the followers and following. So we got that page as well. So this is just a simple overview of what we're about to build. We'll get into some more detail in the code. So I want you to open up a brand new Flutter project and let's get started. And by the way, I'm going to grind really hard and pour my soul into this channel. So I'm going to make like Instagram clone, Reddit clone, YouTube clone, whatever after this as well. So if you haven't already, please subscribe as I'm going to be posting a bunch of these tutorials on this channel. So I've opened up a brand new Flutter project and you should just get this Flutter demo homepage like this. Now I'm going to delete everything below the main function so that we can start this from scratch. So I'm gonna have my material app and I always like to just take that debug banner off. And let's just start with the home page, which to make our code nice and organized, I'm going to create a new folder called pages. And we're going to start with our home page. So this is just going to be a stateful widget with a blank scaffold. So if I come back to my main.dart file, you can click this to import our homepage. And if you save it, you can see it's just a blank white app like this. So this is where we'll begin. Now, just the very first thing I want to do to set up the theme of the entire app, I'm going to create a new folder called themes. And let's just set up the light mode and dark mode. So you can choose your own colors and themes, of course, or you can just copy the ones I've chosen here. So for the light mode, if you go to the color scheme, you can fill out these different options. So usually I used to always set this background option for the background color, but it looks like it's deprecated and it's telling us to use surface instead. So let's do that. So this one is just for the background color. I like to have a kind of gray shade here. And then I like to specify the primary, make it a little darker. And then you got secondary, which I like to make more light, and tertiary, much more lighter. And then an inverse primary for a kind of darker color. Cool, so these are just different shades of gray, which of course you can choose and change this around, but I like to stick to these colors, so you can just use this if you want. Now I'm going to create another one for dark mode. Cool, for these ones, I have a bit more specific colors. So like I said, you can just copy these if you want. And if you want to get really specific, you can hover your mouse over this little square and you can control exactly what color you want. Okay, so This is just for the theme of the entire app. So if I go to my material app, you can give it the light mode and we can give it the dark mode as well. So you can control all of these colors. So if I come back to my home page, in our background color, we can now say, instead of like a specific color here, like colors.red, we can say theme.ofContext, and we can now access our color scheme. So remember we had surface for the background. And so if you ever want to change these colors, then you can just come here to change it. Okay, this would make our code nice and clean. Awesome. So since we need to either give it a dark mode or a light mode, I'm going to create a new file here called theme provider to allow the user to switch between the two. So I'm just going to put a lot of comments here just to make it nice and clear to you guys what I'm doing. So this theme provider helps us change the app from dark mode to light mode and vice versa. So initially, let's just set it as light mode. And let's have a getter to get the current theme. And this should be helpful as well to know if it's currently in dark mode or not. So we'll just check the current theme and see if it's dark mode. And then finally, let's set the theme. And then we're going to update the UI by notifying the listeners. And then lastly, I just want to have a toggle method to switch between the two modes. Awesome. So you can see you got this change notifier and then you got the notify listeners. So this provider is what we're going to use for the simple state management. So let's open up our terminal. We're going to add in the Flutter pub add provider, which is a very popular state management tool. And so to use this, we have to wrap our app in a change notifier provider. Okay, and then we can give it our theme provider, and also now we can give it our app. So what we're doing here is, instead of just specifying dark mode or light mode, we can now go to our provider and just give it whatever our theme provider is telling us. Right, so this theme data is going to control what the current theme is. So if I come back to my home page, in the scaffold, if you say drawer and you just give it the drawer widget, and also just give it a blank app bar, you can see it's got that little menu drawer on the top left. So you can see here in the drawer, we can start coding here. But just to keep our code nice and clean, I'm going to create a new component folder and create my drawer in here. So we should get into the habit of encapsulating all of our code. So again, I'm just going to put some comments here. So this drawer is a menu drawer, which is usually accessed on the left side of the app bar. Okay, so to use this drawer, we need 5 options. Okay, we're going to eventually have home, profile, search, settings, and then log out. So let's start creating this drawer. And again, I'm just going to put in a lot of extra comments just to make it clear. And so in this drawer, I'm just going to start off with our background color. Let's just give it a random blue. And then if I come back to my home page, instead of a generic drawer like this, we can start typing my drawer, and you can see there it is. So hit enter to auto import. And then now we can just start decorating it in this file. So this should make our code nice and clean. Sweet, so we should go to our theme color scheme and go to our surface, which was our background color. And now we're going to have a big column, and let's just have a bit of a plan here. So at the top, I want a kind of logo, and then we want our list tiles. So home, profile, search, settings, and logout list tile. Let's start off with the logo. Now for this one, I'm just going to put in some kind of icon, like a person icon. And you can see it's currently being covered by that notch dynamic island area, right? So you can cover this with a safe area widget, and then this should just make sure that we're not building in that kind of restricted area. So let's just start decorating this up. I'm just going to put some padding, and let's just give it our primary color. Okay, just a reminder, these are the colors that we're using. Sweet, and then under this we want to have a divider line. And you can indent in the beginning and the end. And let's give it a color. Cool, so now we have a bunch of list tiles to make. So again, since we are going to have to reuse this multiple times, I'm just going to create this as a separate component, my drawer tile. So this drawer tile is a simple tile for each item in the menu drawer. So to use this widget, you need a title, for example, like home, and also an icon, and also a function. So if I click on this tile, what's going to happen? For example, I want to go to my home page. So let's create this stateless widget. I'm going to call it my drawer tile, and let's just use the generic list tile. Cool, so for example, like in the title, we can give it the home, and then for the leading, a home icon. And then on the tab, let's just say execute nothing for now. So just to see what this looks like as we build it on in our drawer, let's say my drawer tile, and you can see there it is, so hit enter. Cool, so let's just decorate this up to make it look nice first. So I'm just going to change up the colors a bit. And so we're going to have a couple more of these. Now we don't want all of them to be home, right? So we're going to at the top require those 3 things that we talked about, right? So like the string for the title, and then the icon, if you hover over this, like what it requires, you can see it requires an icon data. And then also on the on tap, it wants this kind of function. Okay, we're going to require these 3 things. And let's give it to our widgets. And if I come back to my drawer, you can see it's got the red squiggles, right? Because we need to fill out these 3 options. Cool, and on the on tab, we'll just do nothing for now. We'll fix that a bit later on. So we just did it for the home. Let's do it for the profile, which we're going to need a bit later on. So let's actually start with the settings because I want to just finish off the dark mode, light mode thing. Cool, so if you look at home, right? If I click on home, what do you want to happen? I just want to pop this menu drawer since we're already on the home page. Nice. And for the settings, we want to pop the menu drawer, of course. But then we want to navigate to the search page. Now we haven't created this page, so let's just do that right now. Sweet, and come back to my drawer and import what we just created, and let's test this out. If I click on the settings, yay, we can go to the settings page. Sweet, so now in our settings page, we can start to decorate this up. So on this page, we're going to have a few different settings. So the first one is for the dark mode. And later on, we're going to fill out for the block users and also some account settings that we need. But let's just slowly fill this out. So the background, of course, let's just give it our color. And the foreground for the app bar, I just want to give it a primary color as well. And so for the body in the column, like I said, we're going to have these three options. The dark mode, block user, and also account settings. And so again, we're going to create some list tiles here. So the first one is going to be just for the dark mode. And if you look at the trailing, which is the kind of ending of this tile, I want to have a Cupertino switch to switch between dark mode and light mode. So if you look at this onChanged method, and then we've got the value, so a true or false. So you can see if it's false currently, it's off. And then if I say true, then the switch will become on. So if you look at this onChanged method, if I click on this switch, then we can go to our theme provider. And remember, we had that toggle switch, the toggle theme. And then for the value, we can go to our isDark mode. So that will be a boolean just returning true or false. By the way, if you need some more help on understanding provider and state management, then you can check out my provider video, the tutorial I made, just to get you up to speed. But one way, I think the best way to learn this kind of stuff is to actually apply it to a real app like this. So if you have any questions, just let me know below, but hopefully I'm making it clear for you. If you go to your settings page and then you go to your dark mode, hopefully if I switch this, then it works. And there it is, the whole app switches. Cool, and that's what our theme provider is doing. And coding in this way will make it nice and easy for us in the future. Sweet, so we got this nice list tile for the dark mode, but we are going to need this again for the block users and also account setting tiles. So I'm going to recreate this so that we can reuse it. So in our components, let's create a new file called mysettingstile. And so this is a simple tile for each item in the settings page. To use this widget, you need a title. So for example, dark mode. And an action. So if you click on this, then toggle theme. So we had a nice template of a list tile that we just created. So let's copy that and return it here. But we want to make this more generic. Right, so for the title, let's just require it as a string. And also we need a widget for the trailing icon, for the trailing widget. If you come back to my dark mode, I still want to use this switch, so let's just copy this. But now we can just say my settings tile, and we can fill out the dark mode and then the action. So why did we do this? Well, now we can just come out to my settings tile and we can decorate this to our liking. Right, I'm going to just wrap it in a container so that we can give it some decoration. And I feel like we could use some margin. And of course, let me just put some comments here so you guys know what I'm doing. So we got the color, and I also want to have some curved corners. It's too sharp. Cool. So we got the padding on the outside. I feel like we could use some padding on the inside as well. And for this list tile, I actually feel like we could just simply use a row. Yeah, because we just have a widget on the left and the right. So we got a title followed by an action. Sweet, and then let's just space this in between. It's looking pretty good. Now the last thing is let's just style up this text widget. I feel like it could be more bold. Nice, it's looking pretty good. Now in our drawer, I feel like it's kind of too close to the side. It's too close to the edge. So let's give it a padding on the entire column. Nice, which means I feel like we can just get rid of the indents for the divider because we already got the padding. It's looking really sick. Last thing, I feel like we could use just a little bit of space in between the divider. Cool, I like that. Sweet, so now that we got the setting up of the app pretty much down with the drawer and the theme provider, let's come back to our home page and start filling this out. So we have a app bar, let's just call it home. And for the foreground color as well, I'm just going to give it the primary. Everything's looking pretty good. Now let's do the authentication for this app. So I'm going to start by creating a login page. Right, and in our main.dart file, let's just return the login page so that we can see what we're creating. So this login page, on this page, an existing user can log in with their email and their password. Once the user successfully logs in, they'll be redirected to the home page. If the user doesn't have an account yet, then they can go to the register page from here. So let's start by building out the UI for this. So we're just going to use a simple scaffold. Let's give it our background color. And in the body, I'm going to have a big column for a bit of a plan here. So at the top, I want to have a logo. Let's have a welcome back message. And then we've got two text fields for the user to type in their email and password. Let's have a forgot password and then a sign in button. And at the very bottom, we have a little message here that says not a member, then we can register now. So let's start filling this out. So you can use this lock icon, but you can see that icon stuck behind the notch area again. So I'm just going to wrap everything in a safe area to avoid that part. Cool. And then the column, I'm just going to center everything. Okay, looking good. So let's just give it a size and a color. And we're going to use some sized boxes just to space this out. So welcome back, you've been missed. And then now it's time for the text fields. So if you just use a blank text field widget here, you can see you can already type something in here. So for this one, we are going to need to use this again and again. So this would be a good idea to create it in our components folder. my text field. So this text field is a box where the user can type into. And to use this widget, you need a text controller. And we're going to use this to access what the user typed. We need a hint text. So for example, like enter email or enter password. And we're also going to grab an obscure text. And this is a Boolean, meaning it's going to be true, false. And so what this does is if it's true, then it hides the password, which is what we want. Okay, so I'll explain this as we build this up. Let's require these three things. And now let's build out the text field UI. So we can just give it the controller, and then for the decoration, main thing I want to decorate here is the border. Cool, so let's just see what this looks like. In our login page, I want you to start typing my text field, and there it is. So hit enter to import it, and let's give it these three things. So let's come up to the top here, and we're going to need to create our text fields, our text controllers. So one for the email and one for the password. So this one, we can give it to this text field. And then the hint text, we're going to say enter email. And obscure text, we want it to be false because I want to see what I'm typing. Cool, and if you save it, you can see there it is. And I can click into it. And so you can see that there's two different modes of this text field. Like there's a text field when we haven't clicked into it. And then when I click into it, it looks a little different. Right, so we have this enabled border. So I'm just going to call this the border when it's unselected. And then the border when it is selected, I'm just going to copy it and give it to the focused border. And we can maybe just change the color a little bit for the border. So let's test this out. So there's our text field, and if I click into it, you can see the border changes. So it just lets the user know that it's in focus. Now I want to give it a color inside the text field. Looking good, and then we can now give it the hint text. So this is just a clue for what the user should type in here. And for the style of this hint text, I want to make it much more lighter. Like grayed out. And sweet, that's looking really good. So encapsulating our code into a separate component like this is really useful because I want another text field for the password, right? So I feel like we could use some space in between, but not too much space, just 10. And then let's give a padding for this entire column. There we go. And then let's center this axis alignment as well. And now in our password text field, let's give it the password controller and say enter password. And then for the obscure text, I want to say this is true. So again, the obscure text, if I type it in, it's meant to obscure it, which looks like we forgot to give it the obscure text. So come back to the my text field, and you should be able to see an option here to obscure the text. Cool. Sweet. And if I just save this and I type it again, you can see the email I can see, but then the password will be obscured. And that's what we want. Sweet, so let's just continue filling out this UI. So we got the forgot password, which I want to align this towards the right side. And then we got the sign in button, which we're probably going to need to use these buttons again. So I'm just going to create it as a separate component. So this is just a simple button. to use this widget, you need a text and then a function. So what happens when I tap on this button? Right, so let's just create these requirements. And this is going to be a basic button. So before we continue decorating this up, let's come back to my login page to import our new widget. And there it is, login. Cool. I feel like we could use this to decorate this much more. So let's do this now by building the UI. So the color of the button. And of course, I want to have some padding on the inside. And then the corners are so sharp, so let's curve the corners. And center this text. And this is looking pretty good. Maybe the space between here could be a little bit bigger. And then the last thing is at the very bottom, we just want to have a little message here to say not a member, then register now. And the register now part, I want it to be tappable. So I'm actually going to separate this out into 2 text widgets in a row. And that second text widget, the register now, let's wrap it in a gesture detector. Right, so the user can tap on this to go to the register page. So we'll fill out this on tap a little bit later on, but let's just fill out the UI first. And our login page is looking pretty good. Now we're going to do another similar thing, but for the register page. So let's just create that now. So on this page, a new user can fill out the form and create an account. The data we want from the user is 4 things now. I want to have an email and password, but I also want to have a name and a confirm password. So once the user successfully creates an account, they'll be redirected to their home page. Also, if the user already has an account, then they can go to the login page from here. Let's do this. Now, since the page is going to look very similar, I'm just going to grab this bit here from the login page and just copy and paste it here. Now for the text controllers, we need a couple more. So I need one for the name and the confirm password. Cool, and let's just switch this up, right? So the message, instead of welcome back, let's say create an account message. So let's create an account for you. And the my text field, we're just going to need to import it. And we need a few more. So I'm just going to copy this and create a couple more. The first one is for the name. And then the last one, we need one more for the confirm password. So make sure to give it all the appropriate controllers. And some of this stuff we can get rid of. So forgot password we can get rid of. And then my button we can import, but this is a sign up button now. So we should say register. And then finally at the very bottom, we can say the message is already a member. Then you can log in here. Sweet, now let's see what this looks like. In our main.dat file for the home, let's just give it our register page. And this is what it looks like, which is looking really nice. So now what we need to do is we need to be able to click on this login now and register now to be able to go between these two pages. So since we're doing a lot of authentication stuff, let's now create a folder called services. And inside this service folder, I want to have Auth. And so inside the Auth folder, we're going to have another one called login or register.dart. And so this one does what the name says. We want to have a way to just go between the two pages. So this determines whether to show the login or register page. Now initially I want to show in the login page. And then I want to have a method to toggle between the two pages. And then in the build method, let's just do a simple if statement. So if we are showing the login page, then show the login page. Otherwise, show the register page. Cool, so how do we actually trigger this toggle method? Now, if I come back to my login page, at the very bottom here, remember if I click on this register now text widget, we want to go to the register page, right? So if you go to this on tap, you can see it wants this function. So let's require that at the top. And then give it to our gesture detector down here. And we want to do the same thing for the register page. So if you come back to my login or register file that we just created, it's got a red squiggle under each of those pages because we need to fill out this on tap. So for these on taps, we can now give it the toggle pages. Nice. So what did we just do? If you come back to my main.dart file, you can see like we're giving it directly to our register page or we're showing directly our login page, which now we can say login or register. Cool, so if you save this, we should just show the login page initially, right? So here it is. And then hopefully if I click on this register now page, it's going to toggle this method and yay, we're going to the register page and now we can go vice versa. Awesome, so now that we've got the UI all ready, let's go to our Firebase console and let's create our new project. You can call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it Twitter clone chut and let's create this. Cool, now the first thing I want to do is go to your authentication and let's click get started. And I just want to go to the email and password to enable this. And let's also go to our users and just create a test user. Beautiful. Now, if I come back to my code, we need to connect this app to Firebase. So if you've never done this before, then I recommend you watch my Firebase Masterclass. But just a quick guide here, if you've never done this before, then you're going to need to say npm install Firebase tools like this. But I've already done that, so I'm going to not do that, but you should have that ready. What that enables us to do is to be able to type all of these commands. So we want to be able to say Firebase login. So we're logged into the same email. And we can now say Flutter pub global activate Flutterfire CLI. And then main thing we want to do here is Flutterfire configure. And you should be able to see all of those projects in your console. So go to your Twitter clone shoot. And which platforms should your configuration support? I'm going to deselect Mac, Web, and Windows. Let's just do this for iOS and Android. And it's asking which Android application ID or package name do you want to use. So this is your package name. So you can see there's an example. It says com.example.app. You can just go for the generic one. Usually it's your website, kind of in reverse domain. But yeah, this is going to be important for when you publish the app. For me, I'm going to say app, Mitch Coco, Twitter. Cool, it's registering. And that should be done. So if you go to your folder, you should be able to see this new Firebase options file. And so you don't need to touch this at all, so just leave that. But what you do need is you need to import a package. So Flutter pub add Firebase core. Okay, hopefully that should take care of your red squiggles. And then we did all this so that we can do the auth. So Flutter pub add Firebase auth. Little bit of code setting up. So in your main.dart file, in my main function at the top here, let's just change this to an asynchronous function. And I just need to do a little bit of Firebase setup. So you're going to say widgets flutter binding.ensure initialized. And then we can say await Firebase. You can see we can import that and initialize app. Cool, so once you've done all that, whenever you add in a new package or connect to Firebase like this, it's always a good idea to just kill the app entirely and then restart it, just to make sure everything's working smoothly. Okay, so you can see for me, I have this little error. The Firebase auth requires a higher minimum iOS deployment version, so it needs at least 13, and I think it's at 12 right now. So that's easy. Just go to your Xcode, and then I want you to open an existing project. Let's go to your project, Twitter clone shoot, go to your iOS, and then go to your Xcode workspace. Click on runner, and then just change this iOS deployment to be 13. Cool, and once all of that is done, I'm just going to restart this and hopefully it works now. And yep, working beautifully. Cool, so if you come back to your Firebase console, if your app works perfectly now, you should be able to restart. You should be able to refresh the page and see that there's two apps connected. So you got the Android and the iOS. Awesome, so now we can start filling out this authentication. So go to your services, go to your auth folder, and I want you to create a new file called auth service. And so this file is for handling everything to do with authentication in Firebase. Right, so we want to log in, we want to register, log out, and then later we want to do deleting the account, which is required if you want to publish it to the App Store. Class auth service. So let's just start filling this out. And again, I'm just going to put in plenty of comments so you know what's happening. And so at the beginning, we can get an instance of the current auth status. We're going to get the current user and the user ID. We want to have a method to log in and register with the email and password. And we want to log out and then later create a delete account method. So this is the plan. Let's start filling this out. So starting with the user, I just want to have a couple getters to get the current user and also get the current user ID. Now let's fill in the login method. So this is going to be a future. I'm just going to call it login, email, and password. And we're going to accept as a string the email and password. So firstly, let's attempt the login. And then catch any errors. And that's it, that's just the login method. We can do one for the register method as well. So you can go to your auth and you can see create user with email and account. And just catch any errors. Cool, and log out is very easy. Just go to your auth and just sign out. Cool. Now deleting the account, I'm going to do that bit later on in the class. So let's actually try to do this login. So I'm going to go to my auth folder and I'm just going to create one last file called auth_gate. And this one is a very handy file. So this is to check if the user is currently logged in or not. So if the user is logged in, then we want to go to the home page. And if the user is not logged in, then we want to go to the login or register page. So this auth_gate is really important because hopefully you imagined every time you log into an app or every time you use an app, say like Instagram, you don't sign in every single time. Like you should remember if you're signed in or not. So that's what this auth_gate is doing. It's just listening to your current authentication status to know what page we should show. So let's create this auth_gate. And what this is doing is we're going to have a stream builder. And the stream that we're listening to is the auth state changes. So like I said, this is just checking if the current user is logged in or not. Okay, so in the builder, if it's logged in, then just return the home page. And if the user is not logged in, then we're going to return that login and register page. right? So if I come back to my main.dart file, we are currently showing login or register page, but now I'm going to show the auth gate. Okay, so again, if I start this app, it's going to go to this auth gate, which currently we are not logged in, so we are going to be looking at the login or register page. But hopefully, once I do log in, we are going to see the home page. I want to go to my login page UI and go to my login button. So you can see currently, if I tap on this, it's executing nothing. So let's actually execute something. So at the top of the page, we can access the auth service. And let's have a quick login method for the UI. Sweet, and then give the login method to our button. Let's try this. Cool, so we had that test user, so test@gmail.com, and give it a password, login, and we're in the home page, so we are logged in successfully. But just to finish off this authentication, in our drawer at the very bottom, let's have a logout button. So we can just give it our my drawer tile, which we created earlier. So if I tap on this, we want to log out. So let's come up to the top and just access the auth service again. And just create a quick logout method. Okay, there it is. And then if I click logout, then yay, it logs me back out. So it's working beautifully. Now, one thing I just noticed is when we log in, it takes a little bit of time to send the request to the internet and stuff. So we should have kind of a loading circle. So at the beginning of the login method, I'm going to show a loading circle, which I might need later on as well. So I'm just going to create that in a component. So let's have one for showing a loading circle. And this is just a simple alert dialog. With a circular progress indicator in the middle. And let's have a method to hide the loading circle, which we can just pop whatever's on the screen. So let's give it to our login method at the beginning, and you can see if I log in, then you can see there's a loading circle. And then once we log in, we want to pop this circle, right? So after I do the login, then pop the circle. And if we have any errors, just show the error and then we're going to pop it. Okay, let's test this out. I'm gonna log in. And there we go. It's looking good. By the way, this login tile I actually want at the very bottom. So what you can do is just put a spacer widget and this will just expand everything in between. and push it down. Nice, looking good. Now let's go to our register page and fill out this register button. So at the top again, let's get access to our Auth service. And create a little register button tapped. So user actually tapped the register button. And before we do anything, I just want to do a quick check just to make sure the password matches the confirm password before we do anything. Right, so if we have passwords that match, then let's create the user. If the passwords don't match, then let's show an error. So let's say that the passwords match. Then we want to show a loading circle. We want to then attempt to register the user and just catch any errors. Great. And so this entire first section of the if statement is if the password and the confirmed password is matching. Let's say it doesn't match. Then just let the user know that there's a bit of an error and they have to fix it up. So I'm going to save this and let's test this out. I'm just going to make the passwords not match on purpose. And looks like we forgot to even give our register method to our button. So let's do that. And you can see, yep, the passwords don't match. Let's say that the passwords do match and register. And then now we can create a new account and go in. Beautiful. In the login page, I tried to sign in with someone that doesn't exist. And I think we should also give them a warning message if something goes wrong. So let's just show our little dialog box. So if you catch any errors, we want to let the user know of the error. Nice. Sweet, now it's time for our Firebase Firestore. So if you come back to our console, I want you to go to the Firestore database. And we're going to create a database. Okay, you can put it in whatever region you want. I'm just going to leave it as US. And let's create this. Cool. One thing, by the way, just before we move on, is go to the rules. And you can see the reading is allowed. And then for the write, I want you to just change this to true so that anyone in the app can update to the database. Awesome. So let's come back to our code. And we're going to open up the terminal and say Flutter pub add cloud firestore. Sweet. And then if you go to our library, I want you to create a folder called models. And we're going to create a file called user.dart. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have some users in our app. So the user profile, this is what every user has for their profile. Okay, so we can have a UID, the name, the email, the username, and maybe the bio as well. And later we can add in a profile photo. So let's create our class for the user profile. And just require them every time we create it. And then we're going to need a couple of methods here. So convert Firestore document to a user profile so that we can use in our app. And the other flip side is converting a user profile to a map so that we can store it in Firebase. So we want to be able to go between the two. So in Firebase, everything is stored as a map. Okay, so this first section is just converting from Firebase to something we can use in our app. And then the second method is for converting our app data into information we can store in Firebase. So going from a Firebase document to a user profile with a given document, and then we can just return the user profile. And same thing for the second part, converting from an app to a Firebase object. We just need to convert our user profile to a map. And essentially, if you don't know what a map is, it's just a field like this. So you got UID, name, email, and then each of these fields has a value attached to it. And that's how it's stored in Firebase. Cool, so if you go to our services folder now, I want you to create another folder called database. So we have Auth and now we have database. And let's create our database service. So this class handles all the data from and to Firebase. And what we're going to do here is we want some methods for the user profile. And then we're going to have a method for posting messages, likes, comments, and then some account stuff like reporting, blocking, and deleting accounts. And then we're going to do the follow, unfollow. And then lastly, we're going to have a search method to kind of search the database for users. So firstly, let's get an instance of the Firebase database and the auth. Cool, so a lot of work to do. Let's just start off with a user profile. So let's start off with the user profile. So when a new user registers, we create an account for them, but let's also store their details in the database so that we can kind of display it on the profile page. So let's have a method to save the user info and also get the user info. So starting with the saving the user info in Firebase. let's require a name and an email. And we can get the current user ID, so the person who's currently logged in. Let's extract the username from the email. We're going to then create a user profile for this person, and then we want to store this in Firebase. So I'll explain each of these methods, each line as we go along. But this is the plan. So the first thing is I just want to get the UID of the current user. And for the username, kind of the @ handle, let's just say I want to grab the part of the text in front of the email. So you can say split at the @ sign. And by the way, for any of these methods, if you just hover your mouse over it, it'll explain what it's doing, right? So if I split this string called hello world and I split it with the space bar, it's going to give me a list of hello, and then it's going to give me the world after that, right? So that's kind of what we're doing. We're just grabbing that first part, right? So for example, if I say mitch@gmail.com, let's just grab the username to be Mitch, right? The part before the @. And then let's use this to create a user profile. So we created this in our models, right? So now we can actually create a user like this, and everything except for the bio is given. So I'm just going to create a blank bio, which the user can fill out when they're in the app. Sweet. And then let's convert this user to a map so that we can store it in Firebase. And finally, we can save the user in our Firebase. Go to your database. We're going to store it under a collection called users. And so each user, we're going to set this and save it. Cool. And then once we're here, we can fill out this get user method. So that we can get this user from Firebase with a given UID. Right, so what we're doing here is we're retrieving the user information from Firebase under that collection of users. And let's convert it to a user profile so that we can actually display it in our app. Cool, so we have these two methods. Now, if I go to my register page, so this is when we create a new user, right? So once the user fills this out and then they click register, we are going to create their account in the authentication, of course, but let's also save the user information. So once registered, create and save this person's user profile in the database, right? So let's come up to the top, and then we can now access not just the Auth service, but also the database service. Right, so we can go to the database and save user info in Firebase. By the way, every time you add a new package, it's a good idea to kill the app and restart it, like I said before. So since we added the Cloud Firestore package, I want you to kill the app and just restart it. And now I'm going to create a new account. Let's say Bill Gates, billy@gmail.com, and I'm going to create an account. And now if I go to my Firebase console and then I restart it, you can see that there's the collection of users. And in that collection, we've got the document. And so this is the user ID. And then now we have a user profile saved in our database. And you can see what you see, like the way the data is structured in Firebase is called a map, where it's got these fields. Sweet. Now, I think I actually did something wrong with the name and the email. Yep, I actually gave it the wrong text fields here. Let's give it the name controller and then the email controller. Yep, there we go. So I'm just going to test this one last time. Mark Zuck at gmail.com. And there it is. So the name is all good and username is just Zuck. Sweet. So now in our menu drawer, I want to have an option for the profile. So let's create a drawer tile. And so if I click on this drawer tile, we want to pop the drawer like usual. And then we want to go to the profile page. Now we haven't created this, so let's just create the page real quick. So just real quick, I'm just going to have a scaffold with an app bar. Also for the profile page, we want to accept a user ID at the top. Okay, and just to see this working in the body, let's just print what the UID is. So if you come back to my drawer, you can go to the profile page. I want to navigate to this page now. And you can see it's requiring the user ID. So we can just give it go to our auth and then get the current user ID. Cool, so if I save this and I rerun it, go to your menu drawer and I'm going to click on profile, and now we can go to the profile page and you can see there's the user ID. So it's working nicely. So remember in our database service, we now can get the user info by just giving it the user ID, right? Now, just before we start getting information from Firebase and then storing it into our app, I'm going to create a new file here called database provider. And so this is very important when it comes to coding up apps, especially when the app size grows and there's a lot of pages. We want to have a database provider. And so I'll explain what this one does. So this provider is used to separate the Firestore data handling and then the UI of our app, right? So our database service class that we created earlier, everything in that class has to do with handling data to and from Firebase. Now, this database provider class, though, is used for processing that data and then displaying it in our app. So we usually want to separate out these concerns, right, from the UI and the actual logic and the data of the app. We want to keep that separate. Okay, so this is to make our code much more modular, cleaner, and easier to read and test. Particularly as the number of pages grow, we need this provider to properly manage the different states of the app. And another point is also, if one day we decide to change our backend from Firebase to something else, then it's much easier to plug and play and switch out the different databases. So I'm going to create our database provider class, and we're going to extend the change notifier. And let's start with getting the services from the database and the auth. And we're going to start off with the user profile. So here we want to get the user profile with the given UID. And so you can see here, if I call this user profile method, then what it's going to do is it's just going to return the database get user from Firebase method. Okay, so we're just going to create an extra layer in between the Firebase stuff and our UI. And so if you come back to my main.dart file, you can see we have a theme provider, right? But I have a database provider now. So what you can do is we can actually change this to a multi-provider so that we can use both providers for the theme as well as the database. Cool. Like I said, I have a separate tutorial just covering provider as a state management tool on my channel. So check that out if you need more help understanding that. But hopefully it makes sense to you as we build out this UI. So in the profile page, at the top, I'm just going to get the providers. So the database provider. And let's get the user info. We can get the current user ID by going to our auth service. And because things can take time to load, I'm going to create a boolean here called isLoading. And on the startup, so when this page first fires up in the initial state, what I want is I want to load the user info. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to get the user profile info through our database provider. And once we got that, we can finish loading. So say loading is false. And then finally in our UI, we got the scaffold. We got the app bar. And in the body, I'm going to create a list view. So let's have a bit of a plan here. So at the top, we want to have the username handle and then a profile picture. And then later, we're going to have some profile stats. So if you look at any kind of social media platform, it's got the number of posts, followers, and number of following as well. So I'm going to have that a bit later on. And then below that, let's have a follow, unfollow button, and then a bio box. And then finally, we want to display all of the posts from this current user. Sweet. So on this profile page, instead of just saying profile, let's actually display the username, right? So is loading question mark. If it is loading, then just display a blank string. And then if it's done loading, then we can display the name of this user. Okay, so if I save this and I rerun it and I go to the profile, yay, it says Mark Zuck. Beautiful. So let's start filling this out. So I'm just going to give it a kind of foreground color. And similar for the username. So if it's loading, just give it a blank string. Otherwise, let's give it the username with an @ symbol at the front. There it is, @Zuck. And we should also give a background color. And for the profile picture, let's give it just a simple icon for now. Later on in the tutorial, I'll show you how to upload from our gallery on our phone, but that requires a bit of extra work, so I'm going to do that at the end. Cool, and then after that, I'm going to skip the profile stats, the follow button, because we're going to do that later on. Let's do the bio box now. And in this one, again, I'm just going to create it in a separate component so that we can reuse it. Okay, so this bio box is a simple box with some text inside, and we're going to use this for the user bio on their profile pages. So all we need to use this widget is just a text, some kind of text. So let's require that. And then let's build out this UI. So just before we decorate this further, let's come back to our profile page and you can see my bio box. There it is. Let's hit enter to import and just fill out the text. And there it is. Sweet. So now let's come back to our bio box and we can start decorating this up. So let's just give it a color. Give some padding on the inside. Some padding on the outside. And corners are looking real sharp, so let's curve them. And that's looking pretty good so far. Which brings us to the bio box. When we create a new user, the bio was blank. So let's have a method here to update the user bio. So update user bio in Firebase given a string. So let's just get the current user ID and then let's try to update this in Firebase. So again, we're just going to go to our database collection of users and go to this specific users document, and we're going to update the field of bio and print any errors. Cool, so in our database provider, let's update the user bio. Cool, and then now in our bio box, we should say is loading question mark. So if it's loading, let's just say dot dot dot. So if it's loading, let's just say dot dot dot. And then otherwise, if it's done loading, give it the actual bio of this user, which initially is blank, right? Right? So if the text is not empty, then just return the text. Otherwise, let's say empty bio. So you can see when a new user creates an account, then there's nothing in the bio, so we're just going to say empty bio, which is looking pretty good. And on top of this, we want to have a way to edit this bio. Okay, so I'm just going to create a row here. And by the way, I want to clean up some of this padding. So I can either put a padding on this row, or if I come to my bio box, let's just get rid of this outside padding. And then in the profile page, I'm just going to put a padding on the entire list view so that it applies to all the children. There we go. I think that looks better. So we got the text saying bio, and then at the end, I want a settings icon, like a gear icon. And let's space between. And this gear, I want to make it tappable. And if the user taps on this, then let's show an edit bio box. Okay, so let's create this at the top. So if the user wants to edit the bio box, we're going to show a dialog. And in this alert dialog, we want to have a text field so the user can type in. Right, so if I just save this and I rerun it, click the gear, and you can see it shows this little dialog box with a text field where the user can type in. Now this as well, the code is going to get verbose, so I'm going to create this alert box in our components because we're going to reuse this later in the app. So let's call this my input alert box. So this is an alert dialog box that has a text field that the user can type into. So we're going to use this for things like editing bio, posting a new message and things like that. So to use this widget, you need a text controller, and we need a hint text, and also a function. As well as a text for the button. Right, so let's require those things at the top. And then now let's build the UI. So firstly, I don't like the way these corners are done, so I'm going to curve the corners myself. And then let's give it a color. And let's just see how this looks so far. So if I come back to my edit bio box, instead of this generic alert dialog, let's say my input alert box. Cool, which means I need to create a text controller. Cool, so let's give it the controller, and then the hint text, let's say edit bio. And then on the pressed, let's just execute nothing for now. And then let's call it save. Okay, let's just see what this looks like. So in the alert dialog for the content, let's give it a text field. Nice, there it is. And one thing I want to do is I want to limit the max characters. So Twitter is like 140 characters back in the day. So let's say max length is 140. And I can say max lines is 3 just to give some more space visually. Cool, and then I'm just going to decorate the text field again. So we did something similar before. So border when the text field is unselected. And we want to have a very similar border when it is selected. Just change the color a bit. Cool, looking good. Whoops, we forgot to give it the hint text. There it is. And I think the hint text style, we can make it a little bit more grayed out. Yeah, that's better. Cool. And then finally, I'm going to have a color inside the text field. Sweet. And the last thing is you can see that counter, like 0 out of 140. We can actually control that style as well. And at the very bottom, we want to have the actions for the buttons. Right, so I want to have a cancel button, and then I want to have a yes button. For the cancel button, all we need to do is just pop the box. But one thing you'll notice is, let's say I type something in and then I hit cancel. It pops the box, but then the controller still has the words in there. So you want to close the box, but you also want to clear the controller. There we go. And then for the yes button, so this is the kind of action button. So the on pressed, right? Whatever we pass through, like save bio, for example. And the child as well is just whatever the on pressed text was. So if you come back to our edit bio box, you can see we have cancel and we have save. Cool, so for the save, let's say we type something in and then we want to actually save this bio. So let's do the generic functionality in the input alert box here. So we want to, of course, close the box. And then we want to execute the function. And then we want to clear the controller afterwards. Okay, so all we need to fill out here is just saving the updated bio. Right, so let's start loading. And then update the bio in the database provider. And then let's just reload the user. And then finish loading. Oh, and when we execute the function on the on pressed, we should actually give it the brackets to execute it. So Let's test this, see if it works. So you got a new bio, Facebook rules, and if I save this, hey, it updates. Let's do it again. I love Elon. And then it's updating. Cool, so now we can update the user bio. That's looking really good. Now it's time for the main functionality of an app like this, which is posting a message, right? Or like tweeting a message. So before we do that, I'm going to create a model. So post.dart. This is what every post should have. So this post is going to have an ID, right? Like the ID of the post. The UID, which is the user ID of the poster. You got the name, username, message, the timestamp. And we're going to do this later on as well, but we got the like count. And also a list of people who's liked this post. So let's require this. And similar to what we did in the user model, I just want to have a couple methods here to just convert between the two, right? So converting a Firestore document to a post object so that we can use it in our app, and converting a post object to a map so that we can store it in Firebase. Cool, and then if I come to my database service, so this one is where this file is for everything to do with communication to Firebase, right? So now it's time for us to post a message. And we're going to delete a message. We're going to get all posts from Firebase. And we're going to get an individual post as well. So a couple of very useful methods we're going to do here. So let's start off with the posting a message. Post message in Firebase. So all I need to know is what is the message that I'm posting. Okay, so we're going to get the current user ID. And we're going to use this ID to get the user profile. And now we can create a new post. For the ID, we can leave this blank because Firebase will auto-generate this. And let's just fill out these fields. And then now we can convert this post object to a map. And we're going to add it to Firestore. Sweet. And just print any errors if we have any. Cool, so the Firebase part is done. Now we need to come to our provider and process this information. So I'm going to have a local list of posts here called all posts. Let's have a getter to get these posts. We want to post message and then we want to fetch all posts. So I'll explain each of these as we go along. So just starting with the post message. Given a string, then we can post a message in Firebase. Now let's come to our home page and have a floating action button to post a new post. So I'm just going to comment here, so home page, this is the main page of the app. It displays a list of all the posts. And then down here, we're building the UI, which is just a big scaffold with an app bar. And then what I want to add here is a floating action button. So if I just save this, you can see there's a little button on the bottom right. Let's give it a kind of plus icon. I think it's an add. Yep, cool. And so if I click on this, then I want to open up a post message box. Okay, this is going to be a show dialog again. And let's save this. And if I click on this plus, then I can open up this dialog box for a new post. This is very similar to what we actually had before for the edit bio box, right? So that's why it's important to encapsulate code like this and put it in our components so that we can reuse it. Right, like this input alert box. So we need to give it a controller. For the hint text, let's say something like what's on your mind. And then on press, let's just do nothing for now. And the button is called post. Cool, and if I just save this and I hit plus, yay, there's our box that we created earlier. So this is really good, we can reuse this now. So let's say that the user typed something in and then we hit post. What do we want to execute? We want to have a method here just saying user wants to post a message. So let's have access to our database at the top. And we can go to our database provider and go to that method, post message. Cool, so let's try this. If I post a new message here, and if I come to my Firestore and I just restart this, you can see there's another collection called posts, and you can see this is where we're going to store the information for the posts. Sweet, so clearly our post message in Firebase is working. We need to now be able to get these posts and display it back into our app, yeah? So let's create a feature that's going to return a list of posts. Let's call it get all posts from Firebase. And let's try this. So what we're going to do, right, we're going to go to our database. Let me put some comments here. We can go to our collection called posts. And I'm just going to order the timestamps. And let's say descending is true. So basically that means chronological. And then we can get this data. Sweet. Now, when we return this, we're going to go through the snapshot documents and we're going to map it. So each document, we can convert it to a post. So we can return this as a nice list of posts. Sweet. So now that that's ready, let's go to our provider. And we can load all posts. Let's get it from Firebase. And then we can update it to our local data. And then update the UI. Sweet, looking good. So let's come back to our home page, right? And we want to display on this home page. So on startup, in the initial state, let's load all the posts. Right, so again, just to be a bit more clear and make sure you're on the same page as me, we are currently looking at the home page, which has everything to do with the UI. So when this page starts up, we're going to load all the posts. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to our database provider and then execute that load all post method. Right, so in our provider, it's going to load this part, which essentially calls this get all posts from Firebase method, right? So that we can get the actual data from Firebase. But in our provider, once we get that information, we're updating it to our local data, our local list of posts. Okay, so let's try to display this. Now we've been using our database provider to execute functions. Now, if I want to listen to some of these values that are getting changed, we can create a listening provider here, and you can just check this listen equals to false off. And so I like to call this a listening provider because it listens for changes, whereas database provider actually executes functions inside of it. So like I said, if you have any questions on this, you can comment below. You can also just check out my provider tutorial. Like I mentioned earlier, I've got an entire tutorial just dedicated to provider as a state management tool, but I can show you here how this works. Right, so if we come back to the scaffold here, we want to build all of the posts, right? So let's say build post list. So we're going to build a list UI given a list of posts. And so the parameter here is a list of posts. So we can give it the all posts in our listening provider. Okay, so let's just say if it's empty, just say nothing here. Okay, if it's not empty, then let's return it as a list view. Okay, let me put some comments here. So we're going to get each individual post, and then we're going to return it as a post tile UI. So for now, let's just display the message of this post to see if it works. And of course, we're going to give it the item count, however many posts we have. So if I save this and I rerun it, yay, you can see there's our first message. Let's put another message here. Now it looks like we can post a message. So once we post it, I want you to reload the data from Firebase. Cool, and there it is. So every time I post a new message, you can see that there's a new message there. Sweet, so now we can post a message and then it'll just reload everything and then display it back into our app, which is really good. So sweet, now that the functionality is down, let's focus on building out the UI for this and making it look a little nicer. So I'm going to create it in our components folder, new file here, so myposttile.dart. And so all posts will be displayed using this post tile widget. And so to use this post, you need the post itself. Okay, so let's create a stateful widget here, and I'm just going to require the post. And let's start decorating this up. So I'm going to just have a container here. And displaying the text widget. And I want to see what this looks like as I decorate this up. So if you come back to my home page, I want you to start typing my post tile, and you can see there it is. So just hit enter to import it. And now let's start decorating this up. So I'm going to put this in a big column, and I'm going to start off with a row inside the column. And this row is going to have the profile picture, the name, and the username side by side. That's looking pretty good. So this is the top section here. And then below that, we want to have the actual message. And let's just go to this column and then access alignment to the start. And let's decorate up this container. So you got the color of the post tile. And of course, I like to curve my corners. And let's add some padding on the outside, some padding on the inside. And let's just space these out appropriately. Cool, that's looking pretty good. Now, just to test this out, I'm gonna sign out. And let's create a new account for Elon Musk. And I'm gonna do a new post. And everything's working fine. Sweet, so now that we can post a message, we are currently displaying everyone's post in the home page. Let's now display in the profile page the post for a particular user, right? So if I go to Elon Musk's page, I want to see all of Elon's posts. So I'm going to go to my database provider. And so let's filter and return the posts given a UID. So what this is going to do is we're just going to go through all of the posts. And just get the ones where the UID is the current person's UID. Okay, and then we're going to convert that to a list. So if I come back to my profile page, let's have a listening provider. Cool, so when I build up this UI, we want to get the user posts. Go to your listening provider, and then we can filter the user posts and give it this person's UID. Sweet, then at the end of this column, we can say, all right, if the user post is empty, then just display a message saying there's no posts. And otherwise, if there is stuff in the post, then we can return it as a list view. So I want this particular list to be not scrollable. Give it the item count, so you got the all users post and however long that is. And then when we build this, let's just get each individual post first. And then we're going to return it as a post tile UI. And sweet, so it looks like we can see Elon's posts, but I think something with the padding is not lining up correctly, so let's try to fix that up. Yeah, in our profile page, let's get rid of that overall padding. And just give it to the children. So let's give it to the bio box. And yep, I think that looks much more cleaner. Cool, so let's continue filling out our profile page UI. So I just want to say posts. And let's just make sure everything's working good. I'm going to put another post. Elon's second kid. And it's displaying nicely. Okay, everything's looking pretty good now. What we need to do is, if you look at the post, right, I want to be able to click on these posts. So if I click on the post, I want to have a function for going to the individual post, and then you can see more information about that post, like the comments and stuff like that. And the other thing is, if the user taps on like the username and the profile picture, like this top section, then I want to go to that user's profile page. Okay, so this top section, I'm just going to wrap in a gesture detector. And so you can see in our My Post tile, it's got a red squiggle because we're going to fill out this on user tap. Right, so what happens if the person taps on the username and the profile picture? Then we want to go to the profile page. Right, so in our home page, you got a red squiggle on the My Post tile because we're going to fill out this on user tap. So if I click on this post, then we want to navigate to the user profile page. Cool. Now, since we're doing a lot of navigation, I'm just going to create a new folder here just to help us out for navigating pages. So let's have one for going to a user page. So I'm just going to separate this code nice and cleanly here so that now if I come back to my home page and then my post tile, if I click on the user part, then we can just say go to, or go user page, go to this user ID. Cool, and I think this should work. Sweet, so if I click on the name, you can see I can go to Zuck's profile and also Elon's profile. Sweet, now that that's done, let's do something similar for on post tab. So if we click on the entire post, right, so all of this I want to gesture detect. So if the user taps on the post itself, then let's go to post page. Okay, so with a given context and a given post, let's navigate to this post page. which we haven't created yet. So let's just do that real quick. So this post page displays the individual posts and also the comments on this post. Okay, so in the scaffold, in the app bar, let's just create just the post message to display and see if this works. So in our navigate pages, let's import this guy. And we're going to give it the post. And then in the home page, let's fill this out. So on post tab, we want to go to post page. And same thing. In my post tile, the reason why we're not filling out the on user tab is because we are already on that person's profile page. So that would be redundant. All right, let's test this out. So I'm going to save it and restart it. So if I click on the post, then we can go to this post page. Yeah, sweet. Now let's fill out this post page UI. So just starting with the background. Got the app bar. And in the body, let's have a list view. And so at the top, we just want to display the actual post itself. And then we've got the comments below it. Okay, let's test this out. So if I go to someone's post, yay, there's our post there. And I feel like we could get rid of this app bar title. Cool, everything's looking pretty good. Sweet, so now let's have an option to delete the post. So let's start with our database service. We're going to delete the post from Firebase, and we just need to know what the post ID is. And let's try this. So remember, we have it in our database under the collection of posts. And go to that post, and then let's just delete it. And let's just print any errors. And now it's time for the provider. So under this, let's have a method to delete the post. And so we're going to delete it from Firebase first, and then let's reload our data. And then finally, when it comes to our UI, let's go to our post tile. And on the side here, I want to have a bit of a option menu. So let's have a look at this. Next to the name, next to the username handle, I want to have some sort of icon here. So more options. So I think the icon for more horizontal, I think it's the 3 dots. And let's wrap this in a gesture detector so that it's tappable. And so when the user taps on this, let's show some options. Cool, so I'm going to show a modal bottom sheet. So it's just going to show some options on the bottom side. And so these are the options I want to show. So just a delete button and a cancel button. Cool, so let's just see what this looks like before we fill out the logic. And you can see if I save this, the button has those 3 dots and I can open up this new menu options. Cool. Now it's looking like the column is quite big. So you can actually use a wrap, which is very similar to a column and a row, but it'll just require the necessary space. So that's looking better, but it looks like the cancel is too close to the bottom. So I'm just going to wrap this entire thing in a safe area just to avoid that area at the bottom. And finally, so we got the UI down. So if I click delete, then I want to delete this post, right? Now it's important to know that we can only delete the post if we own it, right? We can't delete someone else's post. So we're going to need to check if this post is owned by the user or not. So let's just get the current user ID. And I'm going to create a boolean here, is own post. And we're just going to check if this post belongs to this current user or not. Sweet. So let's just do a quick if statement here. So if this post belongs to the current user, then we'll display the delete option. But if it doesn't belong to the current user, in other words, it belongs to someone else, then instead we want to have different options. So instead of delete, I want to have a report and a block user button. Cool, and both of them, I want them to have cancel, so I can just place that at the bottom there. So let's try this out, right? If I click on my post on Elon Musk, then you can see I can delete the post because I am Elon Musk. But if I click on Mark Zuck, then I can't delete his post, but I can definitely report and block him. And by the way, the reporting and blocking functionality is a requirement if you want to publish this to the App Store. And so, yeah, we got that down. Cool, so let's just start off with the delete button. So if the user wants to delete this, then firstly, let's just pop the option box. And then let's handle the delete. So to do that, we're going to need to access our provider. Let's just do that at the top. And let's get the listening provider while we're here. And so we can now access the delete post in our provider. Sweet, and just while we're here, we want to fill out these other ones a bit later on, but all of them, we do want to pop the option box. And then a bit later in the course, we can handle the report and blocking button. Okay, so let's save this and I try this. If I click on more options and I delete it, then sweet, I can delete my own post. Sweet, so now let's come to our database service and let's start filling out the next section, which is likes. So let's start off with just liking a post. I'm going to call it toggle like in Firebase. And I just want to know what the post is. So let's try this. Firstly, we want to get the current user ID. And then we want to go to the document for the post, and then let's execute the like. So remember, our posts is under the collection. So we'll go to this post document, and when we execute the like, once we get the post data, let's get the list of users who like this post. Let's get the like count. And also what we need to do is it just depends on if we have liked the post or not, right? So if the user has not liked this post yet, then we want to perform the like. The other situation is if the user has already liked this post, then we want to unlike. So let's start filling this out. So starting with the post data, and so remember, we have a field in our Firebase for the post for the liked by list, right? So this is just a list of all the users that have liked this post. So let's grab that, and let's also grab the like count. Sweet, and then we're going to use this to do a quick check, right? So if the user has not liked this post, meaning the current user ID is not contained in that liked by list. And so if that's the case, then let's add the user to the like list and let's increment the like count. Okay, and then else we're going to do the opposite. So the user has already liked this post, so let's remove that user and then just decrease the like count. Cool, and then once you've done that, let's just update it in Firebase. And update these two fields, so the like count and the liked by list. Sweet, so that's the database service. Now let's come to our database provider and have a section for the likes. So I'm going to create a local map to track the like counts for each post. So this map, inside what it's going to look like is for each post ID, we're going to have the like count. So a particular post has 6 likes, for example. And then let's also have a local list to track the post that is liked by the current user. So this will just be a list of strings. And then let's initialize the like map locally. So to do that, we're going to get the current user ID first of all, and then let's get the like data for each post. Okay, so in each post, let's do a quick for loop. We're going to update the like count map. And if the user has already liked this post, then we're going to add this post ID to the list of liked posts. And so what we're essentially doing here is we're getting all of the database information and just storing it into our local data. So you can see here in the fetch all posts, when I load all the posts, right, we get all of it from Firebase and then we update the local data, and then let's initialize our like data as well. Cool, so like I said, this initialize like map is just going to get the information from Firebase and just store it into our local data. Now let's have a method for toggling the like. So which post did I like? Now when we do this, I'm going to write some comments here. So the first part of this will update the local values first. so that the UI feels immediate and responsive. So what I mean by this is when you execute those functions like toggle like that we did in the database service, every time you do something like that, it takes some time for the request to go to our database and come back, right? So maybe like 1 second or something. And so what you end up experiencing is a bit of lag in your app. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make it so that we optimistically update the UI so the UI feels immediate and responsive. Okay, so we will update the UI optimistically and revert back if anything goes wrong while writing to the database. Optimistically updating the local values like this is important because reading and writing from the database takes some time, let's say like a second or two, depending on your internet connection. So we don't want to give the user a slow, lagged experience. Sweet. So just before we do anything, let's just store the original values just in case it fails. And then we're going to try to perform the like or unlike, and then we will update the UI locally. Okay, and then after we do all of that local work, then let's try to update it in our database. So I'll explain this as we go along. So starting with storing the original values, I'm just going to create a new variable here. So liked post original and liked counts original. So let's just store the initial values. And then let's try to perform the like, right? So in our liked posts, if it contains this current post, then let's remove it and do the unlike. So for the like count, we want to just decrease by -1. And it looks like it's saying that there's some null error. So this thing could be null. So I'm just going to do a quick check here. If it is null, then just say it is 0. Cool. And then else, let's do the like. Sweet. And then once all that's done, let's just update the UI locally by calling the notify listeners. So all of this so far is doing it locally. Now let's come up to the top here and I want to have a couple more things. So does the current user like this post? And also get the like count of a post. So this boolean is post liked by current user. So let's just give it a string of a post ID. And we're just going to return if we like this post or not. Okay, and then let's also return the like count. Cool, and then let's come to the UI of our app. So in our post tile, if you scroll down, below all of this, so below the message, we want to have some buttons for liking and comment. So let's put that in a row. And so we got this favorite icon, which is like a heart. And I'm going to wrap this in a gesture detector so that it's tappable. And so when I tap this, I want to toggle like post. So let's come up to the top and create the UI for this. So user tapped like or unlike. And what we're going to do with this is just try to update the like in our database provider. Cool. And then when we build this widget, let's say, does the current user like this post? We can listen to this. So if I come down here for the icon, liked by current user question mark. So if it is liked by the current user, then I'm going to change the color to be red. Okay, and then if it's not liked by the current user, let's change up the icon to be the one with the border and also make it gray. Okay, so hopefully this works. So if I just save this, and if you click on these now, we can like and unlike. Sweet, that's working really good. Now if I come back to my database provider, so everything that we've done so far is inside this toggle like. We've just done the local values. So we didn't actually update it in Firebase. Okay, just to be clear and go over again what we did for the like value. We're going to store the initial values. We're going to try to update this locally first before we update it in Firebase, just to make it feel responsive. But now we want to update it in our database. So let's attempt the like in the database and revert back to the initial state if the update fails. So now we can go to our database, toggle like in Firebase, and so that will actually send our data to the database. And if anything goes wrong, just revert back to the original. Cool, so if I just save this and I restart it, and I like these posts, if I restart it again, hopefully it's all saved because we are saving it in the Firebase now. And beautiful. And just to show you the backend, if I come to my Firebase console, you can see in the collection of posts, for each post, you can see there is a liked by list and the like count as well. Cool, so if you have any questions about what we did for the like, just leave a comment below. I'm happy to help you out. But let's continue this on. So we got the like button working. Now let's display the like count. So let's listen to it in our provider. And looks like we have a little error here. It's saying null check operator used on a null value. So let's just get rid of this. If it is null, let's just return 0. Cool. So you can see the like count next to it. But something is not quite right. Oh, and I found a little typo. My God. In the initialized like map, when we update the like count, we're not doing the equality operator. We're just saying equals. Sorry, meant to have 1 equal sign, not 2. Cool, so that should fix it up. Let's just save it and rerun it. And cool, you can see the like count next to it. And it should update. Sweet. Now let's just style it up to make it look a little nicer and space this out a bit. And also, if it's 0, I don't want to show it. So if the like count is not 0, then let's show the like count, and otherwise just show a blank. Yep, so there we go. I like that better. And just to make sure that this is working fine, I'm gonna log out and create a new account. Let's say Cristiano Ronaldo. And if I sign in, we can see that there's our first error. It's kind of remembering the like count from the previous state. So for the like post, let's just clear it every time at the beginning. And yay, we can like it, and then the like count goes up. Sweet, now that we got the like down, now the next part is the comment. So for this one, I'm going to create a new model. called comment.dart. This is what every comment should have. So it's very similar to a post. Okay, we want the ID, the post ID, UID, name, username, message, and timestamp. And then we want to require these. And let me put some comments here just to make it clear for you. And like we did in the previous models, we want to be able to convert from a Firestore document to a comment object and vice versa. So the first part here is to convert the Firebase stuff to use in our app. And then the second one here is to convert our comment into a map so that we can store it in Firebase. Cool, and so let's come back to our database service and fill out these methods for the database. We want to have a method to add a comment to a post, delete a comment from a post, and also fetch comments for a post. So let's start with the first one. We want to add comment in Firebase. And for the parameters, I just want to know what is the post ID and what is the message. So let's try this. We're going to get the current user first. We want to create a new comment, convert the comment to a map, and then we can store it in Firebase. The ID for the comment, we can just leave blank because it'll be auto-generated by Firebase. But let's fill out all of the rest of this. Sweet, so we got the comment object. Let's convert it to a map so that we can store it in Firebase. Cool, and while we're here, let's also fill out the delete comment in Firebase. And so for this, I just need to know what the comment ID is. Sweet, and lastly, we want to fetch these comments. So get comments from Firebase for a given post ID. Cool, so remember we stored it in the database under the collection of comments. And so let's go through the post IDs and only get the comments that is under this particular post. Cool, and then we'll convert it to a list of comments. Sweet, so that's the database service. Let's come to our database provider and let's process this data. So for the comments, just to show you how I want to store this in the local data, I want to have a big map, and each post is going to have a list of comments like this. Right, so that's what we're going to create here. We're going to create a map with a list of comments. Right, so this string part of it is just storing the post ID, and then they got the list of comments. Sweet, and then let's get the comments locally. And then we want to fetch the comments from the database. We want to add a comment, and then we want to delete a comment. Sweet, so when we load our comments, and we go to our database, we can get comments from Firebase. And let's update the local data. And then we can update the UI. Cool. And adding comment is pretty similar. So we want to add it in our database in Firebase, and then we just want to load the comments again. And let's just do something similar for the deleting. So delete it in Firebase and just reload the comments. Cool, so we've done all the setting up. Let's put this together with our UI. So next to this like button, I want to have the comments. So currently all of our like stuff is in this row. So I'm going to put that in another row. Okay, so this first section is for the likes. And then the next row section is for the comments. So let's just start off with a icon. And one thing, by the way, just in terms of the UI, the way we coded this up, if I like the heart and then the like count, the number changes from like a 1 and a 2. Because different numbers take up different spaces, like physical spaces, you can see when I like and unlike this, the message icon is kind of flickering, going back and forth. Right? So to fix this up, what you're going to do, so what you can do is the first section, I want you to wrap it in a sized box. And let's give it a width, say like 60. And so that first section, you can see if I like and unlike, it doesn't affect the next widget. So that's good. And then let's start decorating this up. So I just want to see what this looks like first. And that's looking pretty good. Now I want to come up to the top and let's listen to the comment count. So we can do that by listening to the comments and just get the length of all the comments. Cool, there it is. And let's do something similar to the like count. So if the comment is 0, then I just want to show blank. I don't have to show the fact that there's 0 comments. Great, and then the last thing is the comment button. I want to wrap this in a gesture detector so that it's tappable. And so that when the user taps on this button, then let's open up the comment box so that the user can type something in. So when I show a dialog, remember we actually created this widget earlier. So my input alert box. So that comes in nice and handy. It requires us to create a text controller. So let's do that. And let's say type a comment. And the on pressed, if I press on this, then we want to add the post in the database. And so I'm just going to separate this out into a separate method here. And let's just check. I only want to add the comment if the comment controller actually has stuff typed in. Okay, so that's the first check that we're doing. So it does nothing if there is nothing in the text field. And otherwise, then we can try to post it in our database provider. Sweet, so now we should be able to post a comment, but now we need a way to load the comments so that we can read it. Okay, so we can go to our database provider, load the comments. And what I want to do is on the startup of this widget, so in the initial state, let's just load the comments for this post. Cool, and by the way, I just realized I made a little typo. If you come back to our database service, the post ID is actually a lowercase p. That's how we stored it in Firebase. So if you just save this and you rerun it, then yeah, you can see there's a comment under there. Let's put another comment and it becomes 2 comments. Awesome. Great, so it looks like the comments are getting attached. So when I click on a post and I go to this individual post page, let's display all the comments below it. Okay, so you can see on this page, it displays the individual post, and then below it, I wanted to display the comments on this post. So at the top, let's just grab the providers. And then in the build, let's listen to all of the comments for this post. And in our body list view, let's put it beneath this post. I'm just going to do a quick check here though. If the comments on this post is empty, then I'm just going to say no comments. And otherwise, the comments do exist, so I'm going to return it as a lists view. Okay, so let's get each comment and return it as a comment tile UI. And we should specify the item count. And also, because this is a list inside of another list, I'm just going to say the second one here is never scrollable. Great. Okay, so let's save this and I rerun it. And I go to that first post. Yay, you can see the 2 comments under it. So looking like the comments are all working fine. So now it's time to do my favorite part, which is just decorating the UI. So obviously we're going to create this in a new component because we're going to use a lot of these comments. So this is the comment tile widget, which belongs below a post. It's similar to the post tile widget, but let's make the comments look slightly different to the posts. So for the parameters to use this widget, you need the comment itself. And let's also have a function for when the user taps and wants to go to the user profile of this comment. So when we create this widget, let's just require the comment at the top. And since this is very similar to my post tile, I'm going to copy this part from the post tile. And let's just change this up slightly. And let's actually require this function as well on the top. So on user tap. Cool, change all of these to comments instead of post. Cool, and then all of this at the bottom, we can just delete. So we don't need the like buttons and all that. Cool, and the last thing is when I click on the more options, let's just execute nothing for now. And I just want to see what this looks like. So let's come back to our post page and return my comment tile. There it is. So hit enter to auto import. And let's give it the comment. And on the user tab, let's just execute nothing for now. I just want to see what the UI looks like. Cool, and if I save it, sweet, there's the comment tiles beneath them. Great, so now we can come back to our comments tile UI. Let's change up the color of this tile to tertiary. And then at the bottom, I think we can just get rid of this sized box. And that's looking pretty good. So coming back to the on user tab. So if I tap on the username or the profile picture, I want to go to the user page. So if I click on this, then yeah, we can go to Cristiano Ronaldo's profile and everything is working fine. Beautiful. Cool. And then now let's just lastly have a way to delete this comment. So again, that's very similar to what we had in the post tile UI. So I'm just going to grab that. And just post it here. And let's require the context and just import these ones. Let's change this to comment instead of post. Cool, and then if I hit the delete button, then in this one, I want to delete the comment. Sweet, so let's try this out. If I come back to my buttons here, it's right now executing nothing, but if I click on it, then let's show the options. Sweet, so if I save this and I click on the more options, there's the options, and if I click delete, I can now delete my own comment. Beautiful. Sweet, so we've done a lot of things so far. We've done the user profile. We've done posting a message, likes, comments, and now it's time for the account stuff. So reporting the post, blocking a user, unblocking a user, and things like that. Like I mentioned before, these are requirements, especially this account stuff is a requirement for if you want to publish this to the App Store. So let me show you how to put this in. Cool, so let's start with reporting user in Firebase. So I just need to know what the post ID is and the user ID as well. So let's get the current user. And then we want to create a quick report. So let's just say some of this information reported by the current user ID. And what is the message ID? Who owns this message? And also the timestamp. Cool, and then we can update it in Firestore under the collection of reports. So let's quickly fill out the blocking user as well. Block user in Firebase, given a user ID. So let's get the current user ID. And let's add this user to the blocked list. So we're going to go to our collection of users and we're going to go to the current user. And then we're going to create a new collection. So another list of just blocked users. Great. And then we want to have a way to unblock the user in Firebase. So this will be very similar to blocking the user, but what we're going to do is just go to that particular user and just delete it. Sweet. And then lastly, we want to have a way to get the list of blocked users from Firebase. Cool. So let's just go to those blocked users and just get it. And then we want to return this snapshot data as a list of UIDs. Cool, so that's everything to do with the Firebase stuff. So let's now come to our provider and try to process this information. So I want a local list of blocked users. And let's create the getter for this. And now let's fetch the information from Firebase. So let's fetch the blocked users. Let's have a method for blocking the user, unblocking the user, and reporting the user. So starting with the loading blocked users, we just want to get the list of blocked user IDs from Firebase firstly. And we're going to go through each of these ones and just get the user from the Firebase. So with the given ID, we can now find the actual user. And then let's return it as a list. And finally, update the UI. Cool. Now we need a method for when the user blocks the user. And so we can just call it in our Firebase. And then once we do that, just reload all of the posts and update the UI. And let's also make sure to reload the blocked users. So we're going to do something similar for the unblocking users. We want to perform the unblock in Firebase first. And then just reload everything. Sweet, and very similar for the reporting. Cool, so in our options here in my post tile, you can see in this section, the reporting post, we can now handle the report action. And for these type of sensitive information, let's actually ask a confirmation box to the user. So I just want to show a quick dialogue. Just to confirm, are you sure you want to report this message? And we'll give them a couple buttons. So cancel button. And then finally the actual report button. And so in this report button, we can, of course, close the box, and then we can actually report the user in our database provider. And it's always a good UI practice to just let the user know it was successfully reported. So closing the box, of course, just navigator.pop. And then let's go to our database provider to report the actual user. And then let's use a snack bar just to let the user know it was a success. Cool, so let's test this out. If I just save this and I report the user, it gives me the confirmation and then I can report it. And then it's got the snack bar at the bottom. Awesome. And if we come to our Firebase and I just refresh this, you can see there's a collection called reports now. So anytime someone makes a report, we can see it here. Now I'm going to have a similar confirmation for blocking the user. So let's create another one. And so when I handle the block action here, let's ask for the block user confirmation box. And let's test this out. So I want to block him and then user blocked. And if we come back to our console in the users, you can see under a particular user, you can see there's a list of blocked users and we're storing all of their UIDs here. Cool, so I'm just going to put some comments here on the option part just so it's clear what's happening. So there's two cases here. Case 1 meaning the post belongs to the current user, in which case we can delete and cancel. And case 2 is if the post doesn't belong to the current user, then you can report and then block. Awesome. So if you come back to our provider, when you block a user, when we load all the posts, let's also get the blocked users so that we can filter out the blocked users posts, right? So if I block a user, we don't want to show those posts. So once we get our blocked user IDs, you see here the all posts. We are just giving all of the posts to our local data, but instead, now let's also filter it out and only show the ones that isn't from the blocked users, so everyone else. So if you just save this and I run it, you can see a lot of the posts got removed now because I blocked someone. Cool, now what that means is I want to be able to go to the settings page and then unblock these users. Right, so now we can come back to our settings page and start filling this out. And so if I tap on this, I want to go to my blocked users page. Cool, now which we haven't created, so let's just create that real quick. So on this page, we want to display a list of all the users that have been blocked. And we can unblock the users from this page. Cool, so let's just come back and import this new page. And then coming back to our settings page, we want to be able to now navigate and go to the blocked users page. Okay, let's test this out. So I'm going to go to my settings and there's the blocked users, and then now I can go to this page. So let's start building out this UI. Now at the top, I'm going to grab our providers And then on startup, so in our initial state, let's load all the blocked users. So we can do that by accessing in our database provider. And then in our build, when we start this, let's listen to these blocked users. Right, so in our body, we can just say blocked users. So if it's empty, then I'm just going to say no blocked users. Otherwise, let's display it as a list. So we're going to get each user, and then return it as a list tile UI. And we should fill the item count. So however long the blocked users is. Cool, so if I save this and I rerun it and I go to my blocked users page, yeah, you can see we blocked Mark Zuckerberg. And so now in the trailing, I want to have an icon button to unblock this user. Right, so I want to again have another confirm box here. So let's show the dialog. Let's get our dialog from earlier. So let's grab one of our earlier confirm boxes and just bring it into this. And let's change this up to be for unblocking. And also when I unblock this, let's actually accept a string for the user ID because we need to know who I'm trying to unblock. Right, so if I scroll down here, yep, when I do this, I need to pass through who the user I'm trying to unblock. Cool, let's test this out. So you can see in my blocked users, you can see there's that icon now, so I can unblock them, and user is unblocked. So if I come back to my homepage now, you can see that Zuckerberg is coming back to our homepage. Cool, so I'm just going to test this one more time. If I block them, then user is blocked and now I can't see them anymore. Great, this is working really good. Cool, so let's keep moving on with our account settings. So I want to have an option to be able to delete my own account. So this is a requirement to publish your app to the App Store. You have to be able to let the user delete their own account. So in my Auth service, I'm going to fill this out. So let's get the current user ID. And as long as it's not null, we need to delete the user's data from the Firestore and then delete the user's auth record. So when it comes to deleting the user, we have to delete two things, right? So the actual auth part, like their authentication details, but we also have to delete them in our Cloud Firestore as well because we saved some information regarding the user. So in our database service, I want to have a option here to delete the user info from Firebase. So with a given user ID. So I'm going to write a batch to do a bunch of things. The first thing is I need to delete the user document. And then I also need to delete the user posts. And then I need to delete the user comments. And then later we need to update the follower and following records as well, right? We're going to do that later on because we didn't even implement this follow, unfollow stuff yet, but let's commit the batch now. Cool. So when I come back to this and I delete my account, we can go to our database service and delete the user info from Firebase. Cool. So let's now fill out my settings tile. And I'm going to put this in the account settings page. So let's put that in our navigation and also create this page real quick. And so this account settings page will contain various settings related to the user account, such as deleting your own account. Cool. Okay, so I made the page. Let's just come back and import this new page. And if I click on this, yay, I can go to my account settings page. So now we can just start filling out this page here. So in the body, I just want to have a delete tile. So just a kind of container, which I'm just going to decorate up just to look like a regular button. And let's make it red. Cool, so if the user clicks on this, then we want to again confirm the deletion. So let's show a confirm dialog. Cool, let's come back to our post tile and grab one of those confirmation dialogues again. And change it all to deleting the account. Okay, let's try this. So if I come to my account settings and I delete it, it says, are you sure you want to delete? And I click yes. And it says this operation is sensitive and requires recent authentication. So we need to log in again before trying that. So let's actually log out and log back in into Ronaldo. And then I'm going to delete. And it looks like it got deleted, but it didn't navigate straight away to my login page. So what I'm going to do is in my main.dart file, I'm just going to specify some routes here. So you can see like a slash, which is usually used for the initial route. I'm going to say it's auth gate. And so the reason why I'm doing this is because once I delete the account, I'm going to then navigate to the initial route, which is the auth gate. In other words, the login and register page. Okay, so let's try this again. I'm going to create a new account. And then if I do a bunch of stuff, and then I delete my account, then yes, I want to go straight to my login page, which is what I want. Cool, and one thing I just realized is we deleted the user document, the post, the comments, but we also have to delete the likes. So I'm just going to do that real quick. We're just going to go through all the posts. And just get rid of the likes done by this person. Okay, let's test this out. So let's just say on this one here, so hello first message, if I like this, it's going to be 2 likes on it. And then I'm going to delete my account. And then let's log in with someone else. And hopefully it only has 1 like. Yay! Cool, so now we can delete the own person's account, which again, these kind of account settings are a necessity for you to publish this app to the App Store. But now that that's done, let's move on to our profile page. Now, one thing that I realized is, this editing your own bio, you should only do that when you're looking at your own page. Like you shouldn't be able to edit someone else's bio. So on the profile page, if you find the edit bio part, I'm just going to do a quick check here and only show that button if you're looking at your own profile. Okay, so if I just save this, yep, you can see we're looking at Mark Zuckerberg, so you can't edit this. But then if I come to my profile page, whoops, looks like there's a bit of an error here. Let's just do another check. So let's just make sure that the user is not null. In other words, that there is a user. Cool, so if I come back to my home page, then yay, we can edit my own bio. Sweet, so everything's looking good. Let's continue on. Now the next big functionality is following and unfollowing. So in our database service, let's have a method to follow user, unfollow user, and also get a user's followers and following lists. So I'll explain each of these as we go along. But let's just start off with following a user in Firebase. So all I need to know is the user ID for which I want to follow, because I can get the current logged in user. And then what we're going to do is do this in lists. So we're going to add the target user to the current user's following list. And then we're going to add the current user to the target user's followers. So make sure to pay attention so that you understand what's going on. But let's start off with getting the current logged in user and their ID. So in this current user, we're going to add a collection of following. And that's where we're going to place this target user. And at the same time, we're going to add myself to the target user's follower list. Alright, so we're going to update both lists. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. Now let's fill out unfollow user, which is going to be very similar to what we just did. We're just going to remove the user now from the lists. Cool, so that's how you follow and unfollow. Now let's also have a couple getters to get the followers UIDs given a UID, right? So let's get the followers from Firebase under that UID and just return it as a simple list. Cool, and we're going to do the same thing, but for the following. And that's everything that we need. So that's the database service. Now let's come to the database provider and process this information so that we can display it in our app. So one note is everything here is done with UIDs, which is just a string. So each user ID has a list of followers and following UIDs. So for example, right, we've got this big map, and let's say this first person, UID 1, they will have a list of UIDs that are their followers or their following. Okay, so this is the kind of data structure I'm going to use. So a map like this. So the first string is for the UID. And then for each UID, you're going to have a list of strings that follow you. Okay, if you have any questions, just leave a comment below. But we have the followers and then the following. And I'm also going to keep track of the count. Okay, so let's create these methods for getting the follower count and the following count. And then let's list out the methods I want to do here. So I want to load the followers and load the following. And then of course we need the method to follow and unfollow the user. And one helpful method here is a boolean for is current user following a target user. So let's just start off with the loading user followers. So we're going to get the list of follower UIDs from Firebase, and then use that to update the local data. And then finally update the UI. Cool, so let's copy this and do the same thing for the following. And then for the follow and unfollow, this is simple as well. So let's say I'm trying to follow a target user. So what's happening here is currently logged in user wants to follow a target user. Now, similar to our like and unliking stuff, I want to be able to optimistically change the UI, right? Because if I follow a user and then it sends a request to Firebase and then we're going to read that again, it's going to create some lag. So just while we send the request, I just want to optimistically change the UI first, just so that everything in the app looks and feels very responsive. Okay, so update the local data and then we're going to revert back to the initial state if the database request fails. Okay, so we're going to follow if only the current user is not one of the target user's followers. And then once we get to this, it means the UI has been optimistically updated above with the local data. And then we're going to now, let's try to make this request to our database. So this is the plan of what we're about to do. So let's do this together. So let's firstly get the current user ID. And then let's just initialize the lists to be empty, just so that it's not null. And then let's try to optimistically change the UI. So firstly, we're only going to follow if the current user is not one of the followers. Right, so if that's the case, then let's add the current user to the target user's follower list. And then let's update the follow account. And we have to do the same thing, but add the target users to the current user following and update the following count. So we always have to update 2 lists anytime one of these happens. Sweet, and then we can update the UI. And so now when we get to this stage, the UI has been optimistically updated with the local data. So we're going to try to do this in Firebase now. So we're going to follow the user in Firebase. And then let's reload the current user's followers and reload the current user's following. And just catch any errors and revert back to the original if something bad happens and undo everything. Sweet. So we just did follow the user, and now I'm going to do unfollow user, which is very similar, but it's obviously just unfollowing. So again, I'm just going to write enough comments here so you guys can understand. And I'm not going to explain everything again in unfollow user. So I'm going to let this one just play out for the next minute. Great, so that's unfollowing the user. And finally, let's have a boolean for if the current user is following someone. Right, so I'm going to call this is following, and as a parameter, just accept a user ID. And so we're just going to compare and see if I'm one of the followers. Okay, so this is going to return a true or false. Sweet, so now that we've got the follow functionality down, let's connect this to our UI. So if we come to our profile page, this is where I want to place it, sort of below the profile picture. Now I'm going to create this in my components, my follow button. And so this is a follow/unfollow button depending on whose profile page we're currently viewing. To use this widget, you need a function. For example, we want to toggle follow when the button is pressed. And we also want a boolean for is following. For example, if it's false, then we will show the follow button instead of the unfollow button. Right, so I'm gonna just use a material button here, and you can see on the on pressed, it requires this kind of function. So I'm just gonna require that at the top. And let's just say follow, just to see what this UI looks like visually as we build this on. I'm going to come back to my profile page and you can start typing my follow button. There it is. Let's hit enter to auto import. And if I save this, you can see there's just the button. It's just a text saying follow. Cool, so let's start to decorate this up. So let's add some color and some padding. And I want to make the border kind of curved, so I'm going to wrap this in a clip rect. And let's just style this up. And let me just put some comments here for you guys to see. And actually the very important thing here is a boolean for is following. So if I come back to my profile page, you can see there's a red squiggle because we have to fill out this is following field. So let's just say it's false, right? So what we want to do, so for example, in the color, if we are following this person, then we want to just show a sort of gray color. And if we're not following them, then let's show blue. Right, so if I come back and I say true, you can see the color is going to change. And so I want to have same thing with the text. If we are following the person, then the text we want to show is unfollow, right? So just depending on if this is false and true. Sweet, so just coming back to our profile page, now that we've got our follow button, we only want to show the follow button if the user is viewing anyone else's profile but their own, right? You can't follow yourself. So I'm just going to do a quick if check. Just make sure that the user is not null. And also we're going to do this check. So this page's user ID is not the current user ID. Right, so if we're viewing someone else's profile, then let's show the follow button. Cool, and each of these fields, say if I press this follow button, what I want to happen is I want to toggle the follow. And I also want to keep track of the following status, right? So let's come up to the top and I want to create this boolean for the is following, which initially we'll just say is false. And so when we load the user at the very beginning, I want to also grab the following state in our database provider. Sweet, and then we can just pass this value down to the bottom. Sweet, so and then in our build, I want to also listen to the is following status, just in case it changes. Sweet, and finally, we just need the toggle follow method. So we're either going to unfollow or we're going to follow, just depending on our is following boolean. And when it comes to the unfollow, let's just add a confirmation box just to make sure that this is what the user wants to do. So are you sure you want to unfollow? Let's give them a cancel button and also a yes button. And so cancel, obviously we're just going to pop the box. And then if they hit yes, we want to pop the box, but then also perform the unfollow in our database provider. Cool, and otherwise we will follow the user. Sweet, and then just real locally, let's just set the state and update the following state. So in our startup, in the initial state, we're loading the user. And while we're loading the user, we should also load the followers and the following for this user. Okay, and let's try. So if I save this, I can now follow and unfollow. Beautiful. So now that we can follow them, it's time to fill out the profile stats. So this one is going to have the number of posts, followers, and following, just like any normal social media app would have. And so let's go to our components and create this profile stats. So like I said, this will be displayed on the profile page. And we just want to display the number of posts, followers, and following. So let's accept those three values as a parameter at the top. And then let's build out the UI. So this is going to be a row for each of these three things. And each item is going to be a column because I want to have the number on the top and then the posts or the text on the bottom. So let me just show you what this looks like. If I come back to my profile page and then I start typing my profile stats, let's import that. And for now, let's just give it some random values. Oops, this one should be an integer as well. And if I save it, cool, so there it is. That's what it looks like. Which means now we can come over here and start to decorate this up. Firstly, I want to access alignment to the center, but let's just pass down the values. But it doesn't look like it's exactly in the center the way that I want it. What you can do is wrap one of these guys in a sized box and just fix the width, say to be 100. And so if you do that for all three, then obviously all three widgets are going to be the same size. And so, yep, everything is spaced out nicely. Now I want to do some text style work. Let's just create this at the top so that we can reuse this. So the text style for the count. And also text style just for the text. And that's looking pretty good. So the UI looking really good now. If I come back to my profile page, remember these values, we just gave them fixed numbers. So let's give them the real numbers now. So for the post count, that's just going to be all users posts and however long that is. For the follower count, we need to come up to the top and listen to the followers and following count, just like we're doing for the posts. And just pass them through to the profile stats. And I think this is working fine. So you can see you got 4 posts and I have 1 follower. And if I unfollow this person, then you can see that the number gets updated. Yay, you can see everything's working. Cool, so now that we got these following counts, if I click on them, then I want to be able to go to another page that displays the list of these followers. Right, so if I go to my profile stats, I want to wrap this in a gesture detector. And I'm going to accept this function at the top. Okay, so if I come back, you can see the red squiggles under my profile stats. So if I tap on this, then let's navigate to a new page. I want to go to the follow list page. So let's just create that page now. So this page displays a tab bar for a list of all the followers and following. So let's create a stateful widget. And I'm going to use a default tab controller. Now, if you don't know how to use a tab bar, I made a separate tutorial just covering tab bars, so please check that out. But I can show you here real quick how to do it. So for the length of this tab bar, I want 2, and then we can start building the scaffold. So if you look at this app bar on the bottom, we can now give it a tab bar, which has tabs. And so the 2 tabs that I want is one for followers and one for following. Right, so let me just write some comments here. And then the last thing we need is in the body, we need a tab bar view. And so in the tab bar view, in the children, I'm just going to put 2 text widgets just to see how this looks so far. So if I save this and I click on the numbers here, then yes, we can go to this new page and you can see there's the tab bar. You got the followers and the following. So here I want to display the list of users under each column. So let's just separate out that at the bottom. I want to build the user list given a list of user profiles. And so for the parameter, like I said, we just need a list of user profiles and also just an empty message. And I'll explain what that's about. So if the user list is empty, then let's return an empty message. Right, like no followers exist, something like that. And otherwise, if there is stuff in the user list, then we can return it as a list view. Right, so we're going to start by getting each user and then just return it as a user list tile. So in our tab bar view, we can now return the build user list. And so for the first one, let's give it the followers, and the second one, the following. So we're going to need our providers at the top so that we can access this information. And then in the build, we can listen to the followers and the following. Okay, so I just realized we didn't even do the provider part of the following for the map of profiles. So for a given UID, let's try to get the list of followers and the list of following. And then let's create our getters. And then let's load each of these lists. So let me explain one of these ones. So to load the followers for a given UID, let's get the list of follower UIDs from Firebase. And then we're going to use these IDs to create a list of user profiles. So we're going to go through each ID, right? And let's add it to our list here. Sweet, so once we've done that, we can now update our local data. And finally update the UI. Sweet, so I'm going to copy this and do something very similar for the following. And sweet, so now that we got that all prepared, we can now come back to our follow page and let's listen to those followers as well as following. Cool, now we need to give it the user ID, and it looks like we didn't even ask for the UID at the front. So let's just require that at the top. And do the same thing for the following. And then now finally we can build our list. So build user list will give them the followers, and the empty message will be no followers. And then the second one, we can give the following list, and the empty message is no following. Sweet, so we're almost done. Now on the startup of this page, so in the initial state, we want to load those lists in our database provider. Sweet, so let's try this out. If I save this and I go to the followers and following, yeah, you can see that Messi is a follower. And if I go to my profile, then you can see that he should be on the following list. So it looks like we made maybe a bit of typo. Yeah, when I come back to my database provider, I did make a mistake. This is meant to be following profile. Sweet, so let's check this one last time in Messi. If I go to this, then he should be in the following. Cool, sweet, so now that means we can start to decorate this up. So I'm just going to decorate my tab bar. And give the scaffold a background color. And just work with these labels and indicators. Sweet, and so now that we can display each of these users, I'm going to create a user list tile. And so this is to display each user as a nice tile. We will use this when we need to display a list of users. So for example, in the user list search result, which we'll do in a second, or right now we're viewing the followers of a user. So to use this widget, you need just a user. So let's require that at the top. And just to see what this looks like, if you come back to my follow list page, instead of this, let's actually return my user tile. And now we can start decorating this. So the color of the tile, let's have some padding on the outside. Padding on the inside. curve the corners. And just do all my usual business. Cool, looking good so far. Now for the subtitle, I want to make this more gray. There we go. And finally at the end, I want an on tap. So if I tap on this, then we want to go to Mark Zuckerberg's profile page. And let's just put a trailing icon. Sweet, so if I click on this, then I can go to Zuck's page. And that's what I'm talking about. You feel me? Sweet, so now that we have a follow and unfollow system, what I want to do now is in our home page, you can see we're just displaying all posts. But now what I want to do is I want to have a for you page and a following page. So if I come back to my database provider, you can see here we're just displaying all the posts currently, but now I want to do this something similar but store the following posts. Okay, so when I load all the posts, right, so let's come to our home page. And like I mentioned before, we can organize this page using a tab bar to split the page into a for you page and a following page. Currently we are loading all the posts, but let's also load the following posts. Sweet, so let's fill that out in our database provider. We want to load following posts. So we're going to get the current user ID and let's get the list of UIDs that the current logged in user follows. And then we're going to filter all the posts to be the ones for the following tab. And let's update the UI. Cool, so once we get our current user ID, we can use that to get the following UIDs from Firebase. And then we're going to filter this out. So what we're going to do is go through all the posts and only get the ones that the UIDs are from the following people. Okay, so this should be pretty good. Beautiful. And then in the build UI, so in the scaffold, we did this tab bar thing a bit earlier, but let's do it again. So I'm going to wrap this in a default tab controller. And I want to have two. I want to have two options for you and following. So let's actually grab the same tab bar that we had from before. And just change this up to say for you and then following. And if I save this, yeah, you can see there's our tab bar. Cool, so in the body, we are currently building the post list, but let's just grab that and put it inside a tab bar view. And so the first section is the For You page where I want to display all posts. And then the second list, I want to display only the following posts. We are currently loading all the posts. And what we're going to do is in our load all posts, once we do this, then let's filter out the following posts. And let's save this and check it out. So you got the For You page, which displays everything. And then if I go to the following, yay, you can see Mark Zuckerberg's posts, which is the one I'm following. So if I test this out, if I unfollow Mark Zuck, and I come back in the following, it looks like it's still there. Cool, so once I follow and unfollow, I think it's working in Firebase, but when I go back to my home page, it's not reloading everything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come to my navigate pages and I'm going to create one to go to my home page. But this one is going to be quite special because I'm going to remove all the previous routes and just reload the home page anew. Okay, so let's try this. So in our app bar, in our leading icon, we're going to go arrow back. And when I click on this, we're going to go to our home page. So let's test this out. So currently in our following, we're not following anyone. And now I'm going to follow Mark Zuckerberg, which means my following, yay, it's all reloaded. So I'm coming back to my home page and the whole page is just getting reloaded. So that's why this is working. And if I just test this again, if I unfollow him, and I go to my following page, yes, nothing's there. Yes! Cool, and I'm just checking dark mode and dark mode looks pretty good as well. Sweet, so now what we need to do is one of the final things is the search. So I'm going to create a search page. And in our drawer, let's fill out this search tile. So let's create the search page and then let's import it. And yay, there's our search tile in our drawer. And if I click on this, we can go to our search page. And so now we can just start filling this page out. So this page, user can search for any user in the database. So let's actually convert this to a stateful widget. And I'm going to need a search text controller. And I'm going to put the search bar in the app bar. So let's put a text field in there. And give it the controller, and I'm just going to put some hint text saying search users. And let's put no borders. So what we're going to do is we're going to search, and it will begin every time a new user types something. So we got the UI ready. Let's come back to our database service and fill out the logic. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to search users by name, and it's actually quite easy to do so. Search users in Firebase with a given search term. So what you can do is go to your database in the collection of users where the username is greater than or equal to the search term. And we can do the same thing for is less than or equal to. And then get these search results. Then what we're going to do is just convert these documents to a user profile list. Sweet, and then let's go to our provider to process this information and give it to our app. So I want to have a list of search results. And let's get the getters. And let's just have a quick method to search for the user. Which essentially will just search it in the database. And so once we search for the users in Firebase, then let's update the local data and update the UI. Cool, so if I come back to my search page, let's get the provider. And on changed, if the value is not empty, then we can search for a user. Else, if there's nothing in the search bar, then we're just going to search blank. Sweet, that's looking good. And then now finally, we need to fill out the body. So for that, we're going to need to have a listening provider so that we can listen to these search results. And so if it's empty, then just say no users found. And then if it has found users, then we can now display it in a list view. So do the usual stuff. We're going to get each user from the search results. And just return it as a user tile. And whoops, I should give it an item count. And so if I save this and I search and I hit M, yeah, you can see messy, so it's coming up. And then now if I kind of delete everything and I have nothing, you can see all of the users in our app, which is really good. So now we can search users, and of course we can click on them to go to the user profile, and everything is looking so good. Cool. Now just to add some finishing touches to this, in our post tile, I realized I didn't even put in the timestamp. So at the end of this, let's put a text widget. If I just say hello, right, so that's the space it's talking about, but I want to push it to the very end. So let's put a spacer. Sweet, there it is. And then I want to display the timestamp. Now for this, I'm going to just create a new file in our helper, just to help us format the time, because the timestamp will give it to us like too much information, like down to the millisecond. So what I'm going to do is, if the input timestamp represents like July 24th, 2024, 13, then you can control how you want to display this information. So let's create this method, format timestamp, and for the parameter, let's just accept the timestamp. And so when you do this, you can actually add in a package to make this a lot easier. It's a very popular package. I want you to open up your terminal and say flutter pub add intl. And so you can do this date format for years, month, days, hours, and minutes. So obviously you don't have to format it exactly the way I do, but this is just showing you how to change up what the time is going to look like. So then if I come back to my post tile, I can just give it the formatted timestamp. And there it is. You can see that there's the time. Dope. That's it for this one. If you have any questions, just leave a comment below. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't, and I'm going to be going on a grind and pumping out tutorials like this, so maybe the next one I'll code maybe Instagram or Reddit. Let me know if you have an app that you want me to clone. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.